Usindiso.
Advocate Sminya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday when we adjourned, we had Mr. Tipe on the stand. He's making his way here, and we'll be able to start. Check what's happening. Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Tipe.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Might I remind you that you're still under oath to tell the truth? Yes?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. Just to track back a little, yesterday when we stopped, you had just told the Commission about the involvement of the Fire Ops, a private firefighting entity that came to site to assist, and you allocated them a responsibility to help with the search and rescue, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. And you also are saying in your statement that as a first responder, you took control of the scene, you allocated the resources that you came with to do various aspects of the search and seizure, search, as well as the firefighting component of your assignment. Is that right?
Yes, Commissioner.
And a little later, as you will tell us, the other senior officers arrived on site.
Yes, Commissioner.
Would you tell us who those were and what responsibilities did they take?
Mr. Nyati was the first one to get on scene after me. Mr. Nyati that night, he's a station commander, but that night he was also a standby officer.
Station commander, which station?
From Malvern Fire Station.
Malvern Station?
Yes.
Yes.
So when he arrived, he is the senior officer, so I handed over the scene to Mr. Nyati. Mm-hmm. Because of the magnitude of the scene, I had to also share some responsibilities with him. So we allocated, he allocated some of the duties to me, and then he carried out some other duties.
To you, what was the allocation? You had to do what?
I was busy with the search and rescue teams which were inside.
Mm-hmm. And who else senior arrived to take other responsibilities after Mr. Nyati?
It was Mr. Koza who came after Mr. Nyati.
His status?
He was a standby divisional chief for that night.
Responsible for what?
He was responsible for the southern side of the building, the resources that were on that side of the building. That was also his responsibility.
And that side, you mean which side of the building?
On the Albert Street, Commissioner.
On the?
Albert Street.
on the Albert Street, and he was to supervise what happening in the operation.
We gained entry. We had two entrances. So on Albert Street, we had the entry that we accessed through forcible entry. So we had crews inside the building with two lines of fire attack. And then we had resources there. We had a water tanker. We had a ladder 15 that was doing active firefighting. So he was managing the operations from that side.
Your statement mentions Director Masinge. What role did he play?
Director Masinga is a director of proactive services who came after Mr. Koza. As the senior ranking officer on scene, he then took over the scene. He became the incident command.
All right. You worked throughout the morning. I see in your statement that you were meant to go off at 7 o'clock in the morning. Did that happen?
It didn't happen, Commissioner.
Because?
We were still busy. There were still bodies in the building that we still had to recover. Normally when we knock off, we've got a change over of shift at the station. So we couldn't abandon the scene to go to change over. So what we did the scene change over on scene. So the incoming shift came to the scene, and then we did a change over there on scene.
This, you tell us in your statement, happens around 9 o'clock when the changeover happens, right?
Yes, Commissioner.
At that time, what would you say was the body count? Unfortunate phrase, but what was the body count of people who perished?
73, Commissioner.
And those injured had been ferried to the various surrounding hospitals?
Yes, Commissioner.
Now, the observation you would be able to give us in relation to, as you say, the conflagration there was pretty abnormal. And just to conclude, you ascribe that to what? That the fire was unusual.
The fire load in the building contributed to the abnormal fire reaction.
Technical term, fire load, explain that to us.
The partitioning boards, we later discovered that at the back of the building, the materials that was used in the building were laying there at the back. So it was cupboards, it was wood construction material that they did the partitioning with in that building. So that, Commissioner, contributed to a quick fire spread and a lot of fire load in the building.
And just to wrap it up, you also told us about the difficulties you would have experienced as firefighters gaining access into the building. Just to wrap it up, what were the factors that impeded your effort?
Every floor, Commissioner, was locked. Not only that, every room that the people were staying in, most of those rooms were locked. Now we had to do forcible entry in every room that we were going in against all those flames. What also made it difficult is the amount of bodies that we found, especially on ground floor and first floor. So we can't just jump a body and go to the next room. So what we do is we do a search and recovery. Every body that we find, we take it outside and go to the next room. That process on its own, it takes time. To go into every room that was fully engulfed in flames, we have to control the fires, we have to look through, look for any bodies that is there. So that was amongst others, that were the challenges that we had. We had to do a thorough search.
Yeah, and we may mention the very first obstacle being gaining access into the building on your arrival. Just to recap that for us.
Both entrances, Commissioner, were locked. They built the steel gates. We had to break through the locks to gain entry whilst doing fire attack. So to get to the next floor, the same challenges we faced. Gaining entrance was very difficult.
And how did you again access water for your firefighting efforts?
We had to initiate attack from outside the building. So we had 2 hydrants outside the Usindiso building on the streets. One was in Albert Street, and the other one was Albert and Troy Street.
Right. Director Munacheng told us about a memorandum of understanding which the city of Johannesburg has with other surrounding municipalities, in particular Ekurhuleni. Did you find any assistance from that angle?
Ekurhuleni sent their water truck. It got on scene around 6 o'clock, Commissioner, in the morning.
And was that deployed or not?
Pardon?
The water tanker from Ekurhuleni, was it ever deployed in the operation?
No, it wasn't. When they came on scene, the fire was already extinguished. We were busy with the body recoveries.
All right. Madam Commissioner, Commissioners, I am stopping here with the witness with a proviso that should this witness be required, we would make arrangements for their recall. And again, as we said yesterday, there would then be an indication of an application for cross, which if considered positively, we will recall the witness for further testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Advocate Sminya. Mr. Tipe, I take it that the arrangement is still intact with the parties. Mr. Brickhill?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Sudumedi?
In Mr. Silumedi's absence, Madam Chair, I confirm the arrangement is still in order.
Confirm the
And
arrangement.
I also confirm that even this witness, we do not intend cross-examining our own.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Tipe, you are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Tabi, I'm advised is 5 minutes away. Can I ask for a short stand down?
Yes, I think this will be an appropriate time to take a short adjournment. We'll come here at 10:30.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have Ntate Thabe on the witness stand. We'll be administering the oath to him. Good morning, Ntate Thabe.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Do you swear the evidence you will be giving us will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay.
Advocate Sminya, can we have his full names on record?
Would you, Ntate Thabe, give us your full names?
My name is David Ndemi Tabe.
The middle name?
Ndemi.
Ndemi. You have given us a statement which I would like it handed to you and wish to have you tell me whether the signature appearing above the name David Tape, whether you recognize it or not.
I confirm, Commissioner, it's my signature.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Commissioners, may I present this statement as an exhibit marked DT1 as part of the evidence.
DT1 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Chair. Now, there's no controversy about who you are and what position you hold, so I will say for the record that you are employed by the City of Johannesburg, i.e. the COJ, as Divisional Chief. Am I right?
Yes, Commissioner.
That would be the Emergency Community Center of the Emergency Management Services, EMS. That would be right.
Yes, Commissioner.
Let's amplify this a little bit. You would have been with the City of Johannesburg for how long now?
For 28 years.
28 years, and during which period you give us what as your academic background?
I've got a diploma in business administration and a diploma in call center management.
So with your current standing, you have sufficient experience to hold the position you do?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. I would like you to give us a perspective about the ECC, which we call the Emergency Community Center, and also to give us an understanding of the environment where the day-to-day happenings of your division happens.
The emergency communication as part of the IIOC, the Integrated Intelligence Operations Center, it's a multidisciplinary unit that dispatches all types of calls relating to emergencies and to coordinate resources from various sectors within the city and outside the city.
All right. And let's have the hypothesis of a call arriving at the center. What would then happen?
When we receive a call, we are going to dispatch the call immediately to the relevant station that must respond to go and service the needs of the community.
Okay, and before then, how do you receive the calls? How do they come through to you?
We receive the call systematically. There's a system that we use, and we also receive calls via the camera footage
Let's describe,
around the city.
just in broad terms, describe the camera systems you are telling us about? Just describe them in broad terms.
There are various cameras put in strategic places around the city. But I want to focus on this call of Usindiso call. Next to the building, on the northern side of that building, there is a camera that is focusing and monitoring everything around that building. I think 300 meters from that is camera 9. 300 meters from that camera, there is also camera 183. But on this particular night, camera 9 was able to show us the entire footage and what was happening around that building.
Okay, maybe let me interrupt the recount of your statement. I now wish to have you look at a video footage and talk to us about it. Is that sufficiently visible for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I can see the building, yes, sir.
Would that be reflected as we see it coming out of camera 9, as you tell us?
Yes, sir, this is the image from camera 9.
And that image would have been captured by what time in the day?
It would have been captured in the early hours of the morning between, I think it's from 01:19.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, may we also have this as an exhibit and admitted into evidence and marked DT2?
Exhibit DT2 is admitted into evidence.
So I will just play that into its complete fullness so that we know this is what was observed in real time when the fire was happening, as we see the image and what appears to be flames.
Yes, sir.
Is that the entirety of the video footage?
Everything that is reflected here is from camera 9. It's true, sir.
All right, let's just play it to the end, the 3 minutes of it. Okay. So you confirm DT2 exhibit is what was observed at the center at the time that you told us?
Yes, I confirm that, sir.
What then would happen after that observation by the CCTV footage? What would happen? What did happen?
We received a telephonic call from our ESS emergency Suzman system, and then immediately one of the camera agents came running to us to say there was a fire. I think that was around 019, 0119 and 0120.
That's right.
Then immediately we raised Alarm 1, which is your 2 fire engines, your 2 nearest station to the incident, and then they were dispatched.
Those would be typically what you call your first responders were then sent out,
Yes, sir.
and you would have contacted Malvern Station as one of those closest to the scene of the fire,
Yes, sir.
and a fire truck together with its 6 occupants was then dispatched to go to Usindiso. Is that right?
Yes, they were dispatched according to the predetermined arrivals.
By the?
We use predetermined arrivals, standard
Yeah.
operating procedures to dispatch.
Yeah, the technical term that we have had as well is that that would be Alarm 1.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you also helped us understand the divisional role that your unit would play, and you have referred us to what you call the Intelligence Integrated Operational Center. That would be where the information is collated coming from the various cameras, for instance.
Yes, sir. It's true.
And you say that would be the contact center filled in the calls, like in this instance, the one that also triggered the activation of Alarm 1 by the center.
Yes, sir. Within the IIOC, there are 2 call centers, one for EMS and one for JNPD.
As we read your statement, this is a facility that would mitigate the exposure towards crime, towards events such as this firefighting, and improve security for the city. Am I right?
Yes, sir, you're right.
Okay. Now, on 31 August 2023, you say at around 19 minutes after 1 o'clock in the morning, these resources were dispatched. Right?
Yes, sir.
You are also informed, which is the basis of the report you have, that those were the times like 0121 when a Mr. Siabonga reported the incident, and also in that report was indicated that 2 dead bodies were outside the building, having jumped out of the building to avoid the fire. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's the
sir.
information that was communicated to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You table in your statement the various stages and times that, with the assistance of those who were there, would then detail what happened at which stage. Just for the record, at 0125, the ECC dispatched the Engine 6 and Engine 7 from Fairview and Malvern, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what you told us. And you say at 0133, the ECC dispatched the air truck from Malvern Fire Station.
Yes, sir.
And we have understood what a fire truck would do, i.e. replace things like oxygens for those firefighters who would be operating on site. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
At 1:36, you say Engine 6 reported its arrival on the scene and gave feedback arising from the size up. I'm reading your statement correctly.
You're correct, sir.
At 1:45, you record that Engine 7 reported its arrival on the scene, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at 01:55, the ECC dispatches the ladder 15 from Sandton Fire Station to the scene, and it arrives at 2:15.
Yes, sir.
Now, by ladder, which is a technical term, you would mean a truck having a ladder for help, to help rescue those who would be on the higher floors of the building, am I right?
You're correct, sir.
Okay. You received the feedback, you tell us on your statement from the incident commander. Who are you referring to at this time? The incident commander.
The first arriving officer there, it was Mr. Tipe.
That's right, whose evidence we have just now heard, am
Yes,
I
sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
And various reports were then compiled, as he has taken us through some, of what was done by which a resource of the EMS, right?
You're correct, sir.
And you also make the observation, as we have heard from Mr. Tipe, amongst others, about the blockages to fire escape routes that were found on the scene, which required forcible entry for gaining access into the building.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
There was also a record given to you about the tally of bodies and that perished, as well as those who sustained various injuries.
Yes, sir, you're correct.
Okay. I think that covers the field of evidence you are able to give us, and which comes out of your statement. Madam Chair, I stop here with the witness. I think the proviso is again that should any of the parties require the recall of the witness, subject to directions which the rules stipulate, i.e. making a request to you, and if approved, the witness will be recalled.
Yes. Are the parties confirming the arrangement?
We confirm, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, we must request.
Thank you.
Okay, let's have Jacob.
Mr. Tabe, you are excused as a witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I beg leave now to call Mr. Jevu, spelled Jevu. Good morning, Mr. Jevu. Please give us your full names.
Good morning, Senior Councillor. Sisi Jevu is my name.
Now, Mr. Jevu, do you swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right arm and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Okay. You too, Mr. Jevu, have given a statement explaining your role and participation and matters are relevant to Usindiso fire incident, am I right?
That is correct, Senior Councillor.
I beg leave to give you a copy of a document, and if you recognize the signature appearing below the word deponent, please tell us if you recognize it.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. May I beg leave, Commissioner, that the statement of Mr. Jevu be admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit MJ1.
Exhibit MJ1 is admitted into evidence.
All right, I just want to quickly go through with you your personal details there, I see that you hold the rank of a lieutenant colonel in the Support Services Division, and in particular, finance. This would be with the city of Johannesburg, am I right?
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
Just to amplify this, you would have been with the city in various capacities over a period of what now?
Senior Counsel, let me be clear. When you are saying city, you are referring to Joburg Central, SAPS.
COJ. Is it?
COJ.
No.
South
You're with
African-
who?
South African Police Service.
Yes. You would be with the police for how long now?
From 2007.
Yeah. And in the division to which you belong, what do you particularly do there?
I'm a finance commander in Joburg Central, SAPS. Thank you, Senior Counsel.
Yes. And in that capacity, what do you do?
I am responsible for financial service and admin within the SAPS Joburg Central.
All right. Give us, in short, your academic background.
I have grade 12. I also have a senior certificate in paralegal. Thank you.
Your statement tells us that you would be responsible as a unit for attending to crime scenes of a serious nature. What should we understand by that?
Thank you, Senior Counsel. One, by the virtue of my rank as a commissioned officer within the South African Police Service, I am obliged to do the standby duties, especially when you have
To do the
standby duties.
standby duties, yes.
Especially when you have undergone a training for introductory to police. So that is what I do as on scenes as a standby duty officer. Thank you.
All right. By serious crimes, you would have what in mind?
Your trio crimes,
Sorry?
which is murder, hijacking, your heist, all the serious crimes that one can be able to think of.
Relevant to this commission, there would have been a report of some people who perished, right? Some people who died.
From where I'm standing as a duty officer, yes, there was a report that was then sent to the duty brigadier in terms of the inquest that was opened. And that is particular used in a certain template that we're using for the reporting purposes. Thank you.
And this would typically trigger your unit to go there and to make observations that you do. You would then write reports, am I right? That would be part of the functions of your unit.
The report that will be then written specifically, it is for the purpose of reporting of what one has observed in a scene and of one that has been briefed off from the either a crime scene manager or a station duty officer. Thank you.
And I gather from your statement that you would have been the duty officer between the periods inclusive of the day 31 August 2023, am I right?
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
Shall we talk about that? Where are you at the time you received any information relative to this?
I was at home,
And this is more or less around what time?
3:15 in the morning.
03:15 in the morning approximately.
That
What
is
do you
correct.
do having received that call?
It is obvious, Senior Counsel, that when I receive the call, I will respond to the call. They will brief me as to what is happening. then taking into consideration of the magnitude of the crime scene, then I'll then attend the crime scene.
As you did.
Yes, yes, Senior Counsel.
On arrival, who do you speak to?
I am received by the duty officer or the scene crime manager.
Who was who on the day?
It was Sergeant Baloyi, whom was the Sergeant Baloyi was the crime scene manager. Warrant Officer Block was the station duty officer.
Those who would have arrived before you and you then make contact with them on site at your arrival time.
I will get a briefing from the scene manager.
And what report did you get?
Let me be clear. The report or the briefing, Senior Counsel.
Sorry, yeah, I'm saying what report are you getting from Sergeant Baloyi and Officer Block?
From Sergeant Baloyi at that particular time when I arrived on the scene, she informed me of the alleged fire that has started plus minus 1:30, and she then informed me or briefed me of the people that were on the scene already as deceased, that we had 20 at that particular time.
Of those injured?
It was 47, and they were taken to various hospitals. Amongst others, it will be Barra, Helen Joseph, Charlotte Makreke, and Hillbrook Clinic.
For medical attention, correct?
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
We have also heard that there would have been a vehicle operations center established there.
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
Along which street did you see that being there?
It was at Corner Albert.
It would have comprised various disciplines, I would gather, coordinating the operation. Am I right?
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
Just for completeness, amongst others would have been which resources in the VOC?
We had JMPD in the VOC. We also had the LCRC, SAP's POPs.
Just that acronym SRC would stand for?
LCRC, Local Criminal Recording Center.
Yes. Okay.
And we had the pathologists, and we also had the K9 unit within.
So the pathologists would typically be officials who would be responsible for ultimately writing the post-mortem reports relating to those who have unfortunately passed, right?
I would think so, Senior Counsel.
And you say you'd have the police K9 as well, who we now know would be the members of the SAPS responsible for the search by canine dogs. That would be your K9.
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
And who else do you see there? Oh, would be in the VOC?
We also had the fire experts from SAPS as well as from the city.
Amongst others would have been somebody like Sergeant Gadi, who is the photographer responsible under the wing of the South African Police Service. Am I right?
Is Warrant Officer Mgadi?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. There would be scientists as well, you tell us, who would come from Pretoria Forensic. Is that right?
In terms of the scientist, Senior Counsel, I'm not sure as to which area were they coming from.
But they would have been part of the VOC.
That is correct, Senior Counsel.
Okay. Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, this is the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Jevu. So that down the line, when you hear of what bodies were where, there would have been the responsible division I have no further questions to the witness.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Lieutenant Colonel Jeff, you are excused as a witness. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks.
I now beg leave to call witness Mngadi. You may take a seat, Mr. Mngadi. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Please give us your full names.
Bonginkosi Goodman Mngadi.
All right. Do you swear the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
The witness has been sworn in, Madam Chair. Might I just put for the record that you are employed by the South African Police Services? Yes?
Yes, Your Worship.
As what?
As a crime scene investigator.
What does that entail for the purposes of your evidence?
It entails the photographing of crime scenes, collection of exhibits at crime scenes, and documenting the crime scene.
All right. You have knowledge in respect of the fire incident at Usindiso building that is the subject of the Commission's hearing, are you?
Yes.
You would have attended the scene yourself, am I right?
Yes, that's true.
Just for clarity, there are images that I want to take you through to have you explain to us what is on them, but I have indicated that some of the images are too grim for public viewing. I would propose that when you go through various images, we do not include the most graphic of them. The material would have been made available to the various teams that are here. They would have access to that to understand the complete picture, but we want to deal with them. So when we go through this, you will confirm that it is not the entire body of photographs relevant to your work. Do you follow?
Yes, I follow.
All right. You would have compiled an album of approximately more than 800 images. Am I right?
That's true.
And Madam Chair, fellow commissioners, as we indicate, we will not go through each one of those, apart from many other things, and at no disrespect for the victims, we would exclude that section of the photographs. We would also not include the 700 odd other photographs in the album, but only those to which I will make reference. I beg leave that we flight the images or about which you can talk, and Are you able to look at photograph 1 there?
Yes,
It's a little bit too distant for me, but can you describe what it is that you see there?
I see the number of human bodies on the tar road. And that road was is a Delva Street in Johannesburg, Marshalltown.
Okay. Why did you take that photograph?
The purpose of taking the photographs is to show the bodies that were allegedly recovered from the burnt building.
Right. Next photograph. Why did you take that one?
I was taking the photographs from the different directions.
Also depicting the bodies
The
that
bodies, yes, yeah,
of people who passed on in this fire, right?
that's true.
Okay, shall we go to photo 3? Are you able to identify it?
Photo 3.
Well, the next image.
It should be photo 8, Advocate Siminya. The next image is photo 8.
Yes. Do we have? The screen is split, but the one at the foot of the screen there is one of those you took,
That's true.
intending to depict what?
As I said, from photo 1 to 8, they all depict the bodies while they were still covered
Okay.
with blankets and silver foils.
All right. Let us jump from there to photo image 51 in your album. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
You would have wanted to show what on that photograph?
So before I uncover the blanket to take the photo of the deceased, I have to take the photograph as I found at the scene.
Okay. And what does it reveal, just in short?
It reveals a human body and some part of the body exposed.
Okay. We propose to flight photos 364 onwards to 385. Shall we take each photo in turn and describe what it is that you see and why you thought relevant to take that photo?
These photos were taken, it was the following day. It was on the 1st
Of September
of
2023.
September. It shows that the crime scene was secured. As you can see, the cordon tape, and there was a barbed wire around the building.
And that's the reason why we have that photo image, right?
That's true.
Next. What is being shown there on that photo?
Photo number 372.
Yes.
It still shows, because I was taking from all the direction of the building.
Right.
It's,
And the next one?
it shows the same thing. Because it
Uh,
shows the barbed wire and the cordon tape.
Right. Which, as you say, was used to secure the building.
To secure the building.
The next image is a different angle
It's a
in
different
relation
angle.
to that.
Yes.
Let's talk about this just go back. Let's talk about this image. What would its relevance be in relation to what you're doing? Firstly, it depicts a door.
A door.
What type of door should that be?
It's a caged door. Which shows that it was a lockable door.
From which point of entry in the building?
From the Albert Street, on the side of the Albert Street.
And can you describe whether that would be a door typical of that which was in the building at the beginning, or it's an alteration? You able to say?
Sorry, can
We have heard evidence about forcible entry by the firefighters. Would this entry have been one of them into the building?
It is possible.
Yes. And as we described, the material used there would have been what on your photo? Steel.
Steel, yes.
Right. Madam Chair, we are at that point. Shall we adjourn for tea?
The proceedings are adjourned until 11:30.
Mr. Mgadi, you're still under your previous oath. At the time of adjournment, we were dealing with frame photo 377. Can we have it on the, yes.
Yes.
I would like to invite your comment regarding this particular photo. Was it your observation this would have been one of the entrances to the building? Or inside the building?
Yes, it was one of the entrances, according to my observation.
According to your observation. And I want us to comment about the material used there. What impression did you have about, let's talk for the frame of that door?
The door and the frame, to my observations, it was made, it was welded.
Yes, it was welded such that we can then understand the evidence of the other witnesses, firefighters who said they had to do a forced entry into the building. That would be one of the doors. According to your observation, you don't know about the forcible entry, but you can confirm that image would inform us that there were, after the fact being building, after the fact fixation of things like that metal door. Right?
Yes.
Okay. I want us to step a little bit back because we're just using these frames somewhat not in the order of their sequencing, and I'm going to ask that we go back to frame 364 of the photographs. There you would say it depicts the building as you saw it the following day. Am I right?
That's true.
And that would be the Usindiso as it was pre and post fire. I mean post fire.
Yes.
And 365 would be the same building which you are giving a different face set of that building being one side of it, right?
Yes, it's one side of it, yes.
The next frame we would have a look at is 365. It too, if it can come on the screen. Is it there? 366, which is the next frame. It too does the same. It gives us a different angle to the building, right?
That's right, Your Worship.
367, next frame. It too gives us a different side of the building from another angle, am I right?
That's true, Your Worship.
Next frame. 368 would be something that I would like to invite your comment on. In the center of the frame appears to be an entrance. Was that your observation?
That's my observation, Your Worship.
What was the status of the entrance when you got the following day? It had been priced open now. If the evidence is to be accepted, that upon arrival of the firefighters, that door had been locked and chained, admitting of no egress or ingress or entrance or exit. That's what that depicts, am I right?
That's true, Your Worship.
Okay, the next frame would be 369. It also is a portrayal of the same door, but from a different angle. Is that a proper description, Mr. Mgadi?
That's true, Your Worship.
The next frame, 370. Again, a little close-up of the entrance we were talking about, am I right?
That's true, indeed.
More importantly, 371 is a frame much closer, showing us the exit entrance to the building. as you found it the following day, being the 1st of September 2023. Is
That's-
that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, shall we have the next one and comment on it? What were you trying to show us or anybody looking at the frame when you took that photo?
When I was taking the photo, I was showing the entrance and the fumes that are depicted on the wall.
Yes, so what that depicts, just to rephrase, would have been the traces of smoke that may have been a result of the fire that obtained there the morning of 31 August 2023. Is that right?
That's right.
It also depicts, and please confirm with me, the images of the windows that were burned. Would that be correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
We have also seen post-fire images of this facade of the building. The lower ground post-fire has been bricked up with brick and mortar, but the day following the fire, which is the 1st of September when you went there, it depicts those windows on the ground floor that would have been damaged as the image shows us. Am I right?
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Next image would be 373, being another facet of the building, still north-facing side of the building, but also showing us the smoke damage that would have been visible, as your photo tells us, right?
That's true.
Next one, again, would be 374, and Chair, fellow commissioners, we're trying to identify, as you will later learn, that the fair number of deceased persons would have died from smoke inhalation. So we're trying to place this evidence demonstrating what the building looked like and where the fire smoke would have risen against and into the building. Next frame. Can you recognize that?
This one is the same.
What was the purpose of taking that photo? And please, for a record's sake, say what number photo that is. Are you able to say what photo number it is?
Photo number 374.
374.
Yes.
It is 378. I'm inviting you to comment on now. 378. Do you have that?
Yes, I have.
What does it show us?
It shows the side. It's the western side, which is on the Delvas Street.
This is on Delva Street. As I look at it, and please tell me if I'm describing the image correctly, we do see somewhat sheet-looking straps that are outside and hanging on the windows. Do you see that?
I see that, yeah.
If you are able to venture an opinion, why would they have been there at all?
To my observation, some of the residents or I would
Yes.
say victims
Right.
who were staying inside the building, that was the only road to get out of the building.
And those sheet-like images would show somebody using those to try
jump out of the windows.
out of the windows.
Yes.
Okay. The next image. which would be 380. Are you able to recognize that?
Yes, I do. Yes.
It also is a depiction of the same
Same.
smoke filled and drapes hanging from the windows as the other photo, right?
Yes, that's true.
381. It too is a closer version of 380. Tell me if I'm correct.
That's correct. Yes.
Also depicting the same as the photo before.
That's correct. Yes.
Can I invite your comments in relation to image 382 of your photo album? It too does the same. It shows us which side of the street? Is it Delvas?
On Delva Street, yes.
Yeah, it shows us at Delvas, and a close-up is showing all those material hanging out of the windows. As we say, some evidence will tell us that is the escape route some of the occupants of the building used.
That's true. Yes.
All right, I go to the next one, which is 383. Does no more than what 382 does, but in a more close-up fashion. Am I right?
That's correct. Yes.
Let me invite your comment, Warrant. And that is photo 384. You see that?
Yes, I see that. Yeah.
Am I correct to describe it as showing another angle of the same effort?
Of the same effort, and
Yes.
there is an additional on that one.
Okay, can you comment? Well, for completeness, effort of people trying to escape through the
escape.
windows, and the additional information would be what, Warrant?
Will be the because of the height of the building. The occupants. That is my observation. The occupants seem to have threw the mattress on the ground, so that they can jump on the mattress, because they will get injured if they get straight to the floor.
Yes, there will be evidence that mattresses were used to try and cushion the landing of those who were jumping through the windows onto the outside. Others, unfortunately, with fatal consequences. But that would give us that image. That's why you took the photo.
That's true.
Warrant, let me invite you to talk about 398, which gives us a different angle to the building as imaged by you on that photo 398. Do you see it?
Yes, yes, Your Worship.
You are seeking to convey what by this photograph?
That is the southern side of the building.
Yes, showing us what?
It's the damages on the walls and the fumes that were coming out of the windows.
A damage would relate to the smoke damage that was caused to the fire, to the wall,
Yeah.
and also showing us that would have been smoke also coming out of the windows now shattered.
That's true. Yeah.
It shows us, does it not, as you say, the southern side of the building, but also that there is no entrance, exit from the southern side of the building on this image.
No, there is no entrance.
Yes. Let's talk about the next frame, being frame 437. Can you identify it? 437. Are you able to identify that?
Yes, I can identify.
What does it show us?
It shows the concrete that was falling off from the roof, from the beams of the roof at the ground floor.
Yeah. Well, should the need arise, it would show us a structural column, part of the ground floor, but as the photo shows us, it is fallen flat.
That's true. Yes.
Let us talk about the next frame. You have it as frame 438. That's one of your photo images, am I right?
Yes, you're correct. Yeah.
Please tell us what it shows, any observer.
It shows the electric transformers that is on the basement of the building.
So again, we have been given a broad description of the building. This would be the basement to that building where the transformers were.
That's true.
And that is how the electricity provision would have been housed in the building.
That's true. Yes.
Are you able to comment about what image we see at the foot of that photograph? That which is in red and other. Would that have been loose lying objects on the floor?
Oh, sorry.
Is it not sufficiently legible?
It's not sufficient. I can't see properly.
Okay, let's go to photo 439. You describe that as the transformers, am I right?
That's a transformer. That's true. Yes.
Okay, and that there would have been on the basement of the building.
That's true.
Okay. Now, let me draw your attention to photo 440. Is that the one on the screen?
Yes, that's true.
What did you seek to convey by this image?
It conveys the electric wires.
And fair to say that those look like illegal connections, drawing fire from one of the points in the basement
That's true, Your Worship.
and going variously up of the building, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
It's important that I do not misdescribe this, but they do look wires haywire that are crisscrossing and are illegally connected to the transformer. Am I right?
Yes, that's true, Your Worship.
The next would be a closer image. Do you see that? Would be a closer image on photo 441, and to say it shows us what?
It shows also the electric wires. That seems to be illegal connections.
Yes. Okay. Photo 442. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
It tells the viewer what?
It tells the viewer that where the electricity was connected, it was supplied outside of that room. The cables were going out of that room.
Illegally connected,
Illegally
it would
connected.
appear.
Yes.
All right, and as we say, that was in the basement where the transformers for electricity were housed.
That's true.
I call on you to look at 443 photo. That shows us what again, Warrant?
It's the same thing. It's also illegal connections.
Illegal electricity connections, am I
Electricity
right?
connections, yes.
and they are just there hanging loosely without any protection. Would that be a correct description?
That's true, Your Worship.
Let me ask you to go to 444, which is part of the images there. Those are the transformers again, right?
That's true, Your Worship.
Just for completeness and for the record, all these images you took are labeled Johannesburg Central LCRC and serialized in some way or another. Am I right?
That's true, Your Worship.
And the case number, which would be the criminal case number with its details there, right?
That's correct.
And LCRC would be an acronym or an abbreviation for
Local Criminal Record Center.
that is where you work. And photo 445, as we see it, brought to you there, you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
It would be part of the electricity transformers. Would that be accurate to say?
Yes, that's accurate.
And would it say to that person looking, there are electrical wires that are apparently connected to those transformers and loosely hanging?
That's correct.
That's what photo 445 would tell us. Let's look at photo 446. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Also, what does it depict?
It also depicts the wires hanging from the transformers. That's other part of the transformers. It's hanging from that other section of transformers to that on the opposite side of inside the room.
Does it appear to be properly protected, those wires?
Not at all, my lady.
And at face value would appear to be illegal connections that were made there. Would that be correct?
That was my observation. That's correct.
Okay. Closer image is what we would see on photo 447, and that would tell us what?
There are electric cabinets, but to my observation, they are supposed to be closed, but they are open.
Yeah. Also housed in the basement of the building.
Yes.
Now you have a closer image on photo 448. Please tell us what you sought to convey by that image.
It conveys the part of the transformers, but it's only that I don't know the part of the electricity parts, but it's part of the transformers inside that room.
Yes. And the red wires that are there, how did they appear to you?
To me, it appears as legal. It's a legal wires to my observation.
All right. That was in the basement as well.
That's true.
Image 449 would say what?
It's still the close-up of those hanging wires to that cabinet.
To the cabinet, yeah, okay. 450, what did you say about it? That is the photo.
I was trying to show where all the cables were linked, even though I didn't know what part where they were linked, but I thought I had to take a photograph of it.
Yes, you say the wires, by that we are referring to electrical wires, am I right?
That's true.
And those are also haphazardly outlaid in that image, am I right?
That's correct.
Indicating a probable illegal connection that was happening in that regard. Would that be a correct description?
That will be correct.
Let me go through with you again. I know the exercise is a little tedious, but we're trying at best to give as close an image of things you did in the 800 odd photographs you took. Photo 451 is another image that tells the looker what?
It's the close-up of photo number 450.
Right. Showing again
The
electrical
wires.
that appear to be illegally connected
That's true.
in the building.
That's true.
And if you looked at photo 452, you see that?
Yes, I see them.
It would describe, tell me if I'm correct, another close-up image showing the electrical connections with the wires hanging loosely and in themselves, unless otherwise explained, to reflect illegal connections in the building. Would that be accurate?
That will be accurate. And it's showing the different types of colors and types of wires.
Say a little bit more. You say showing different colors.
The colors of the wires.
Being what colors?
Red, black, white, and
Other colors.
other colors, yes.
All right. Just again loosely hanging.
Loosely hanging.
No different if I invite your comment relating to photo 453. What did you say about that?
I see the same wires still hanging.
Wires, you mean
of
electrical wires?
electrical wires.
Okay. Also apparently not so legal as
Also
they hang there.
illegal connection.
The next photo that comes would be photo 454. Please tell us if you recognize the image.
Yes, I do.
Seeking to convey what?
It's also the electric illegal connections
Also at the basement
at the basement of the building.
of the building. Image 455. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What caught your attention?
This room was next to the highly bent place, but it didn't catch fire. That's why I did take photograph of it.
Located in the building, if you can,
Yes, at the ground floor.
at the ground floor.
Yes.
It does show what may appear to be flammable material, though. Tubes somewhere there. Would that be a right observation to make?
That's true. That's true.
Would it also be a right observation to make that it would have a bucket, a bucket showing?
That's correct. It's
At
a
the-
bucket.
At the far corner on the foot of that photograph appears to be a container containing some fluid. At the foot of that page in color green and red, it must possibly be a Coca-Cola bottle containing some liquid in it. You see?
Yes, I see.
Next, photo 456, it would seem one of those you took, right?
It's the same room.
It is the same room. What does it tell us?
I see the fridge,
Yes.
which tells me that because the fridge use electricity,
Mhm.
and there are curtains that could easily catch fire.
That is the image of white on that frame, right?
Yes, yes.
And we see abutting the fridge or next to the fridge would be a bed.
That's true.
And on it, obviously, some sleeping material such as blankets, etc.
That's true.
Okay. Let's go to the next image, Warrant. That would be 457. We have heard from other witnesses about how the status of the stairwell was in the building when they arrived and days after. What does this depict?
This depicts that the smoke was circulating around the stairs.
As well.
Yes.
And the darkness of the room, please correct me if I'm wrong, would that be what the smoke had done to the wall?
That's true. That's true.
All right. Let's talk, Warrant, about what may appear to be a closer image of that being photo 458. Would it?
That's true. That's true.
What do you seek to say to us looking at that image?
I also see the smoke, the signs of smoke that was circulating, and on the wall I see those dark marks that shows that the smoke was also
Damaging the
damaging
wall
the
there.
wall, yes.
And you may not be able to speak to this, but this would have been a stairwell saving movement of the different floors in the building.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. Clearer impression is given on a photo 459. That would be an image you recognize, Warrant, am I right?
Yes, you're correct.
It would be showing the commissioner's what?
The black suit on the wall, on the upper part towards the roof, there is that black suit that shows that the smoke was circulating there, and it shows the I will call it the burglar gate, steel burglar gate.
Yes.
That was, to my observation, it was blocking the access from one side to the other side.
Yes. We also would have had evidence about how these buckler doors inside the building would have been an obstruction for access from one side to the other. Is
Yes.
that what is captured there? Is that what is captured there?
That's what is captured.
Yes. Not particularly clear, and if you don't know, you can say so. There appears silver on that butler gate, something that would have been a locking mechanism. Would I be correct to describe it, given your observation?
That's true. It's a lock on that burglar gate.
Okay. Let's have a look now at photo 460. Do you see and recognize that as well?
Yes, I do, my lady.
And you sought to capture this because?
That is one side of from photo number 59 on the
459.
459. There is that entry on that burglar gate.
Right.
So that passage, when you enter that gate, you enter to that passage on photo number 460.
So that would be the back side of the room, which is on 459. If you went through the burglar gate, you would come into what is depicted on photo 460.
460.
That's what you say.
That's true.
Do you know why any markings on the wall were done in red and marked X? Do you? No.
No.
Okay. Let me invite your comment regarding photo 461. What would you say we can see on it?
I can see the double spiral electric stove.
Yeah,
That is of concern.
what they call a hot plate.
Hot plate.
In loose language.
Yes.
Electrical connection for cooking, etc. That's the white object you are talking about to the left of that picture.
That's true.
All right, what else catches your attention about that image?
It's the electric cables.
Yes, which is lying on the
Lying
floor.
Next to the bed, towards that cupboard, I don't know.
Yes, the electrical wire lying on the floor appears not protected, am I right?
That's correct.
And there would be material on what appears to be a cupboard there of whatever liquids were in there, am I right?
That's correct.
But what is also would be worrying, and tell me if I'm wrong, is how close the bed was to all of this possible risk of fire. Would that be accurate to describe in that language around photo 461? Would I be right?
Yes, the cables were too close to the bed.
In fact, if I invite your attention to photo 462, you would see on the floor what?
I see the electric cables also.
In fact, almost part of that electrical cable is underneath the mattress.
That's true.
And as you say, it's a close-up image showing potential risk and danger in the way things were at the time.
That's true.
463 is an image you recognize,
Yes, I do recognize.
and you'd say what to the commissioners that you intended conveying what impression with it?
It conveys the wooden board that is used to separate the portions of the building
Into separate rooms.
into separate rooms.
We have also heard that there is material or was material used to separate rooms that ought not to be used. That is what we can see here, right?
That's true.
To that door appears to be an appendage of a lock that was probably used for locking and unlocking the door for entrance to the room or
To the room.
exit to the room.
That's true.
Would that accord with what you observe? Would that accord with what you have observed, Warrant Officer?
Yeah, that's what I observed.
No,
That-
thank you. And if we looked at photo 464, image you recognize, right?
Yes, my leader.
Which would tell what to a looker to that photo?
There are clothes hanging, and there is a bed with double mattresses that could easily catch fire if there is.
If there is fire?
If there is fire.
Yes. Flammable material, including bedding that was in that room. Would I be correct to describe the photo in those terms?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about image 465 that was in your photo album. Familiar? Is that familiar to you?
Yes, it's familiar.
Okay, and what does it tell us?
It depicts that soot on the roof that shows that the fumes were circulating inside that passage.
Yes. For what it is worth, and to the extent you are able to comment, that smoke would have had what escape in that particular room, given its configuration? Are you able to comment? Any suggestion that says it was the fire and smoke were trapped there, would that be consistent with your observation?
Yes, to my observations, it looks like it was trapped.
And that would be the suit as you sought to convey with that image.
That's true.
Okay, let's look at 466. I think this is the image we saw a little earlier, and to which you made comment about it being adjoining the one room to the other. Am I right?
That's true.
I invite you to comment on photo 467. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do have.
And you'd say it conveys what?
It's just the condition inside the room.
Yes. Condition, you say, but could a description like a cluttered room be accurate to say? If anybody said it was a cluttered room, would that accord with your observation?
Because everything was next to each other.
Yes. And by everything, we're saying the bed, the chair, the desk, and a whole host of items that are on top of that table, right?
That's true.
Not necessarily that visible, but one can see or not an electrical cable next to the chair that is there. Would you confirm that?
Yes, I do.
Photo 468, that image, you sought to convey what by it?
It's also the condition inside the room. And when I checked the curtains that were hanging outside, to my observations it was that there could be someone who was trying to use the curtains to jump out of the building.
Yes. And Any electrical wires you see there?
Yes, I do. I do.
And that would be, as we look at the photo on the right
On the
side
right
of that
side,
image,
That's true.
that too would see a buckler door, steel buckler door to the right. Would
the
that be
right side.
accurate?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the next one. This is now photo 469. Do you have it on your screen there?
Yes, I do have.
And it shows what?
It is the condition and also the same as the previous photos. It is an entrance, but from viewing from the outside, I could see that everything is next to each other.
Yes, everything and condition would relate to a description of what appears to be a mattress and garments that are hanging inside that room. Am I correctly describing the image?
That's correct.
Let's talk now about image 470. You took this one as well?
Yes, I did.
You recognize it?
Yes, I do.
It seeks to convey what?
It conveys that the fumes penetrated to this room,
Yes.
because I can see the fumes on the stand, on the TV stand, and on the wall. I can see the black suit on the wall.
Yeah, by fumes, you're referring to the soot that would have been left by smoke
By smoke, yes.
during the fire.
That's true.
Would the observation be correct that that looks like a sacks of sugar salati, if I'm reading it correctly, stacked one on top of the other, and at least on the image, 5 of those sacks, which would be sugar sacks. Would I, sacks as in S-A-C-K-S, would I be describing that correctly?
That's correct. That's correct.
And would we have been told that the building also had tack shops or spaza shops in the building? Would this image be consistent with that type of evidence?
Yes, it does. It does, man.
Let me then invite your comment relating to photo 471. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do have.
Recognize it?
Yes, I do recognize it.
Please tell us what it depicts.
It depicts the on the right side of the photo. There is a fire extinguisher pipe, but it looks like it doesn't work.
So the fire hose reel, that is what you are describing, and that you say appeared not to be working, is the one on the right side of the image.
That's true.
What else are you able to comment about that photo, given the blackness of the image?
Yes, it shows that the fumes penetrated also to this part of the building.
So the medical evidence will later get to hear about inhalation of smoke being the cause of some of the deaths, would be consistent with the image and what you observed and tried to portray in that photograph. That be right?
That will be right.
Photo 472, shall we talk about that? Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do have.
What would you say about it?
It also shows the room with everything next to each other. I took it as just the conditions of the inside the room.
Everything next to each other, conditioned by that you would convey that there would have been what appears to be a bag containing clothes and other things,
Yes.
shoes on the floor,
Shoes on the floor.
sheets on the left side of that room, right?
That's correct.
A bed on the extreme right of the image,
That's correct.
also reflective of the nature of the partitioning, sizing, and collection of personal belongings of those who lived there.
That's correct.
And please tell the Commission what appears on photo 473. Is it in front of you?
It shows the fumes on the top part of the wall.
Yes, well, fumes, by that you refer to the soot
To the
that would
soot.
have been left by the smoke.
The smoke on the wall.
Right, and it also has the stairwell, at least a portion of that stairwell, on the left side of the image, right?
That's correct.
You give an image against a photo 474. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do have.
And it says what to anyone looking at it?
It depicts the window.
Anything
and
notable?
And the fridge. It's inside the room.
What would you say is the condition of the windows that are there?
Oh, sorry. Let me withdraw the window.
Okay.
It's the door. But if you have looking it from the door, you can see the window on the other side. But the window was not of concern. It was the condition of the inside of the room.
And as we say, that's also conveys how confined a space there was in that building for those who were using it.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the next photo image and talk more particularly about that which is against number 475. It's an image you recognize put before you, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And you sought to tell us what about that in particular?
It shows the fumes on the wall.
By that you convey to say
the soot
the soot
that was
caused
left
by the fumes.
by the fumes, yes.
Okay.
And I could see the gas cylinder.
Now let's talk about that in particular. Where is that cylinder?
It's in the cupboard on the right side
With color green.
with color light green, something like that.
And by cylinder you mean a gas cylinder.
Gas cylinder.
That would have been inside this room during the time of fire.
Yes, that's true.
Let's go to the next image, which we would have as photo 476. It's one of those you took,
That's correct. That's correct.
conveying what to whoever looks at it.
It conveys the soot on the roof. It's on the ceiling.
And in this folio, the ceiling is almost black.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Let's talk about the next. perhaps no different from the rest, but we're looking at photo 477. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do have.
And tell us what we see there.
I can see the damage is caused by the fumes that left the soot inside the room.
Yes. The state of the room. Anything you can say?
No, there is nothing else. It's only the soot on the wall, and everything that was inside had soot.
Yeah. All right. There are silver containers on the foot of that image to your right. Are you able to make a comment relating to that?
For containers,
Silver containers.
silver containers.
At the foot and right of that image. If you're not able to say anything about it, you may just say so. No. Okay.
Okay, no.
Let's get your assistance in the next image, which would be photo 479. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do have.
And you tell the commissioners what about what we see there?
What I observed there was I see the electric cables, which to me, in my observations, it was what we call it electric DB box.
Yes, distribution box, that DB box.
Distribution box, yes.
And that would be an electrical component to the building.
That was banned during the incident.
Yeah, the image shows part and partial banning of the electrical network there.
That's true.
Is there any comment you can give about the aperture to that entrance, i.e. we're talking the door-like opening to that? That doesn't appear to be brick and mortar. What was your observation?
It's difficult for me.
Difficult to say, but what I'm inviting your comment upon is whether or not that at face value appears not to be brick and mortar to get to that distribution board. You can't comment.
No, I can't comment.
All right. Let's talk then about image 485, that photo. Is it in front of you?
Yes.
Can recognize it? Can recognize it?
Yes, I can recognize.
You can say what about it?
It's the condition of the damages that were caused by the fire.
Condition of damage, let's amplify that a little bit. By that you mean?
The damages, and it shows the electric wires hanging
One,
next to the door, next to the, I will say it's the entrance or exit of the room.
yes, so that would be the electrical wiring there, and the wall appears pitch black.
That's true.
And you'd attribute that to what?
That's the fire got access to the building, and the fumes were circulating, leaving soot inside the building.
Yes, and some windows broken. Is it a observation consistent with what you had there? The windows.
The
Did they
window-
appear to you broken, or you can't say from this image?
No, from this image I can't say.
All right. From the next image, which would have been a closer image and appearing on your photo album as photo 486, do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Able to comment on it? Are you able to comment on it?
No, I'm not able to comment.
Well, what runs transversal on that photograph in white, rope-like? Can you tell us what that would have been? You see the white line crisscrossing
Crisscrossing.
the image. Do you see it?
Yes, I do see it.
It would appear to be what to you?
To be electrical cable.
Okay. Now, what appears at 494, if it is showing in front of you, please confirm it does.
Oh, yes, I can see it.
You can. You describe it as what? Can I start by saying which floor level, if you're able to tell us, would this have been?
This was first floor.
And what does it depict, you say?
It depicts the degree of damage in this part of the building.
Yes. I don't know if you recall, but as we look at it, this would have been the southern side of the building on the first floor. Would that accord with your recollection?
No, this is the northern side.
Is this the northern side?
It's the northern side of the building.
That would have been, all right. It is the same room which appears on photo 495. Would it?
Yes, I do see it.
And it says what to us?
It shows the damage that was caused by the fire, and it shows the concrete that fell from the top.
And also, what is this image of the windows there? Do they appear intact?
No, they are bent.
Okay. And the debris that's on the floor would include metal debris, am I right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Please let us talk on image 496 of your photo album. Do you have it before you?
Yes, I do have.
And you sought to convey what with this image?
It conveys the passage on the first floor.
Yes. State of the blackness on it would be what?
It shows the damages that was caused by the fire.
Mm-hmm. And a fair amount of material that would have fallen from the ceiling that is lying on the floor of that image, what would have been part of the ceiling.
Of the ceiling, that's true.
Is that what you observed?
That's what I observed.
Okay. Let's now comment on what would still be the first floor, and please confirm I'm correct to say so. Photo 497. Do you have it?
Yes, I do have it.
Still on the first floor?
Yes, it's
Still showing the debris in the windows about which you testified a little earlier?
That's true.
So too would the image on photo 498 on that page of the photo album. Correct?
That's correct.
Now showing more clearly the windows that would have been damaged by fire.
That's true.
The ceiling that would have had things falling from it during the fire.
That's true.
That's what is depicted there. Am I right?
That's correct.
So let's draw your attention to photo 500. You have it before you?
Yes, I do have it.
would have been a closer version of the earlier photo showing us on the first floor of the building.
That's true.
It too depicting the suit that was on the walls of the space, right?
That's correct.
Black as well,
As well as concrete that fell from the roof.
and what may be ultimately indicated to be a structural component of the building being a column that has now collapsed on the floor, right?
That's correct.
Debris is what we see on photo 501 as you took it.
That's correct.
Also showing us broken windows, right?
That's correct.
And a whole host of debris that is lying on the floor, which may be a result of the fire, correct?
That's correct.
Let's talk now about photo 564. Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do have it.
And are you able to say what floor of the building this is?
It's still the first floor.
Still the first floor, and it shows us what?
It shows us the soot on the wall and on the ceiling.
The
And
evidence.
and it shows us the barricades of the steel gate that were in between in the passage.
So those barricades, the steel, the smoke, evidence will be that this is one of the floors to which most of the deceased persons were found. You won't know that, but this is consistent as we see it with the image that you took on the day. Am I right?
That's correct.
And I invite your comment relating to photo 565. Please tell us whether you recognize the photo.
Yes, I recognize it depicts the stairs.
That is the stairwell that is inside the building.
Inside the building.
Yes, what else does it tell us?
To my observation, the stairs were also, I will say it was occupied because of what I observed in the stairs, because you couldn't move from first floor to the second floor on those stairs.
Yes, evidence has been that part of it was because there was brick and mortar wall that was built there. Was that your observation as well?
That's correct.
And it would show that what would otherwise have been handrails along that stairwell is not there.
That's correct.
And we're told that what appears at the end of the stairwell to be a mattress indicating that somebody would have been using it as a bed there on the stairwell.
That's correct.
Consistent with your observation?
That's what I observed. That's why I said it looks like it was occupied, so it means someone was staying on those stairs.
Thank you, Aaron.
Stairways.
If we speak about 566 photo in your photo album, you have it there?
Yes, I do have it.
And it would say what?
It shows the lift doors.
Yeah.
It shows that it was tried to be forced open.
Right.
That was my observation during the processing of the crime scene.
Yes. By lift, you mean the place where access would be gained into the lift?
That's correct.
If working, it would have been one of those used to go from one floor to the next?
To the next floor, yes. That's
It didn't look functional?
No, it didn't look functional.
the evidence would be that it was also, in fact, bolted to the wall with welding. Did you make that observation, or are you just showing us how there was an attempt to pry it open?
I was just showing to that because I don't have evidence that
Yeah.
it was welded.
Yeah. You are trying to show that that lift door appears to have been an attempt to force it open.
That's correct.
Let's talk about image 567. You see it?
Yes, I do see.
You can say what about it?
I see the steel burglar gate.
Again, a steel buckler gate that would have been on the door leading to the outside or to another section of the
To
room.
another section of the building.
All right. And what else took your interest in taking the photo?
There was a debris on the floor
Yes.
behind that steel burglar gate.
And Chief Munacheng, Director Munacheng, would have told us what that door, which is an interleading door, which is a fire protection door, is what we see on the right side of that image. Is that consistent with your own observation there? That door with glass
With the glass
partitions.
Yes,
All right, that's what you saw there.
that's what I saw.
And let's talk now about what appears on photo 568, which is now shown to you. Can you recognize it?
Yes, I do recognize it.
What drew your attention to this to take a photo of?
It was because of the damages and the concretes that were falling off the wall.
So what the image portrays is that there would have been material falling off the roof in the building.
Yes.
There
And
would have been, sorry?
and it shows the plaster cast that has fallen off the wall.
Yes, the plaster falling off the wall may have been a result of the fire there.
That's correct.
And the windows?
The windows, I could see it had steel bars.
Right. And can you comment about what may have been a water supplying pipe that is on the image? That white running at right angles inside that room and on the right side of the image. You see that? That block of what appears to be a pipe.
No, I don't see it.
Oh, all right. I think the image is a little too far from you. It's fine. Photo 569. Do you see that?
Yes, I do see that.
It may be a close-up of the previous photo we spoke about.
Oh, they are, yes, because I can see the window. It's the same window as the previous photo.
And against the right wall of that image would be the pipe I was referring to. Is it more visible this side or not?
It's more visible on this one.
And you sought to capture what when you took photo 570?
570, I was also showing the roof and the soot that is on the wall.
And still on the first floor of the building.
Still on the first floor, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about image photo 674. Is it before you?
That's correct. That's correct.
And it tells us what?
It shows the stairs that also seem to be that it was occupied.
By occupied, you mean there would have been a person using that stairwell as their place of accommodation.
Of accommodation, that's correct.
And it is the one also showing us no handrails to that stairwell.
That's correct.
Also shows a plaster that was damaged ostensibly in the fire.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's now talk about photo 675. You have it before you?
Oh yes, I do have it.
And you captured this photo, why?
That's one of the section. It was next to those stairs. It was a small space that had a bed inside that showed that there was someone who was staying there.
And a
And it
clearer vision of that, I will say this to you, please do confirm if I'm correct. A closer vision of that would show that as you open the door to that room, you hardly have 2 steps to get to the bed.
That's correct.
Is that what you observed?
That's true, Malik.
And that would typify what, one of the, in inverted commas, dwellings that was used by the occupiers in the building.
That's correct, Malik.
Not so enchanting would be an image on photo 676. That's one of those you took.
Yes, that's one of my photographs.
And it tells us what, except for the figurine image we have there.
It was the condition of the room that everything was close to each other. Because there were clothes, a bed, and the room was too small. The space was too small in that room.
Okay. Let's describe what we see on photo 677. You also recognize that? You do?
Can I just please just
Yes,
get
maybe
closer?
approach the image if you have to. You can get as close as you want. If not apparent, immediately apparent to you, that's fine. I will try and describe what 677 says. To the extent you can comment, please do. It is also a very narrow corridor showing a particular room on the extreme end of the image, right?
That's correct. That's correct. Now I can see if I check photo number 678 why I took that photograph. It was an access to take photo on 678.
And 678 as a close-up image of 677 photo.
That's correct.
Your
That's
interest was to show us what?
the one of the rooms inside that building.
And how tiny it was.
It was also tiny.
Yes. Okay. I'm about to go to the next series of photos. I see it is 1 o'clock, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Would this be a convenient stage to take a lunch break?
Yes. We will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
Chair and fellow commissioners, I record our apology for a little late start. Mr. Mgadi, you're still under oath to tell the truth? Okay.
Okay.
I see you nodding, yeah. All right. We stopped at a certain point dealing with the various images and would now again try to invite your comment relating to photo 679. All right, yeah, sorry.
Sorry, before we can continue, I would like to ask the commission if it can allow me to rectify one of the photos that I...
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I say it, I'm sure the chair will agree.
Yes, you may proceed,
Thank you,
Mr.
Photo number 674. It,
Yes, Warrant.
yes, it shows the stairs. In my memory, I remember I said it was on the first floor.
Right.
The reason was because we were flowing with the first floor, then we jumped to the another number of photos.
Right.
Those stairs on 674 are on the third floor.
Yeah.
That's what I would like to ratify.
I think the record will reflect the correction, Warrant, and thank you very much for that correction. This would have been stair leading up to the fourth floor. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where the mattress is.
That's correct.
Okay. If we go, is there any other aspect you'd want
No,
to
that
correct?
was the only
Okay.
aspect.
Let us then go, as a request, to photo 679. You there?
Yes, I'm there.
Familiar?
Yes, it's familiar.
What caught your attention there?
During my first walkthrough at the crime scene, there were belongings of the people who were staying in the building that were left on the rooftop above that floor.
Yes.
They were taken there for, they were trying to evacuate their belonging from fire.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I took those photos, because you can see some of the items there. It shows that they were removed.
Yes.
That was my interest on that one.
All right. Can I ask you to focus on what would appear to be a window? It is closed with mesh wire. Do you see it?
On photo 679.
679, if you approach maybe the screen. If you approach the screen for me, Warrant. And you look at the aperture that appears to be a window.
Yes, okay.
It has, does it not, the meshed fence on it?
Yes, it has a mesh fence on it.
What did that convey to you in terms of people being able to escape the fire or anything?
It shows me that it was a blockade for escape, but I think for the person who was staying there, he put or she put it for security reasons. But unfortunately, it was blocking the way for escape.
Yes. And you would say what regarding photo 680, which is the next one, below?
Below,
I see two mattresses on the floor.
on the floor.
Do you see that too?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the window is broken or windows are broken in that room?
Yes, I do see.
And it more or less gives an idea about the size of the room people occupied in the building?
Yes, yes, it does.
Is there any further comment you'd want to make in relation to that? If not, let us go to photo 681. Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do have.
Can see it clearly.
It's because there is a light that is blocking.
Maybe if you approach again the monitor.
Oh, yes, I can see it's a mattress, and if you go further, you see the burglar gate that is bent at the bottom. It shows that there is a possibility that there was a person who was trying to pull it up so that he can get escape from the room.
And the mattress appears to have been bent by the fire?
Not exactly.
Not
just
exactly.
Look old. It just looks old.
Okay. Photo 682 would say what to us? Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it. There is a window with that net, steel net on the windows and the burglar guard.
So there is a burglar, steel burglar, which is affixed to the window.
To the window, yes.
So too is a pair of meshed steel wires on the same window, a little above.
That's correct.
And the staircase to that floor would be shown the other side of that window, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
And as you say, this would have been on which floor, can you tell?
682. Can I just refer from my...
Sorry? Yes, you
Can
may
I
refer
just-
to your key.
That was the third floor.
That was the third floor.
The stairs you see behind there, they are leading to the fourth floor.
To the fourth floor. So those in the room wanting to access the stairs to the fourth floor would have had to deal with those butler gates. Is that your impression?
That's correct.
Photo 683. Do you have it?
Yes, I do have it.
It shows
The stairs from the third floor to the fourth floor.
yes. And that also has a handrail and barrier going up or down depending on the direction you take.
That's correct, my lady.
684 is an image as well. Photo 684. Do you
684.
have it before you?
Yes, I
It
do
would
have
be
it
the
before me.
image below that on the screen. You recognize that, don't you?
Yes, I do recognize the photo.
And you sought to convey what message with that photo?
It conveys the message that there was a plaster cast that was fallen off the wall.
Sorry, sir,
So
just repeat that for us.
The photo, I took it from the stairs while I was standing on the stairs between 4th and 3rd floor.
Yes.
Then I took that photograph for that damage on the wall.
So the smoke damage on the wall is what is depicted there, you tell us.
It
What
depicts that
is on the floor there?
there is a debris on the floor
Made ostensibly from plastic as well.
from plastic, yes.
Okay. Help us talk photo 685 through. What does it tell us?
After taking the photo from that depicted that damage, when I was moving up to the 4th floor,
Yes, it tells us what was inside there.
and there is a mattress that to my observations, they were trying, the people were trying to move the mattress to the top floor of the 3rd floor because there was an open area on the top floor of on the rooftop.
So this mattress may have been an attempt to use as a rescue parachute of some kind.
Not exactly.
Ah,
They were trying to move their items to the safe place where the fire cannot.
I see. And that's why we have the mattress there.
That was my observation.
Okay. Your observation regarding the image appearing on 686, that photo, what would it say to you?
It is a rubble that shows that all the rubble and everything that is dirty, the people were just throwing it on that floor.
So it would be all rubble as you describe it, comprising plastic material and all other type of flammable stuff.
That's correct.
And as we see it there, it would have been on floor number 3.
That is the top of floor number 3.
Yes. We must be thankful for our technician, at least at that distance to you, the images would be clearer and sharper.
That's correct.
Whilst at that, can we see and look at photo 687? What are we seeing there?
687, it shows some of the items that were placed on the rooftop.
And the items, you mean mattresses and other blankets and a like material that was placed there,
Yes.
and that you found the following day, the 1st of September 2023. Correct? That's what you found on the day of your photography. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk to 688, which is the photo now shown to you. I guess at the same time, if you're able to look at the monitor just immediately before you, would that be better? Would that be better? The monitor in front of you, no.
688.
688, do you see it?
It shows some of those items that were left on top of this floor.
As we described on the image 687
687.
that you spoke about.
That's correct.
But what we do see is even at the top of floor 3, there would have been smoke damage that was left on the wall as the image portrays, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
You can help me with my orientation. The clinic would be behind the wall that we are looking at now. If you recall, don't you recall?
Yeah, the clinic will be behind.
Okay. You give us a close-up view of the previous photograph, and that appears on photo 689. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Also showing the suit all over the, well, not all over, but on the wall, on that floor,
That's correct.
as well as what appears to be a mattress, bedding, and other items.
That's correct.
All right. The photo below, you would find is photo 690, also showing us what?
It shows the top. That's fourth floor now.
Okay.
It's above that floor with mattresses. That floor with mattresses is above third floor, but it's on the side of this part of the building, which has fourth floor.
As we look at the image, what appears to be
It show-
bucklers to the window?
Yes, it shows the bucklers on the windows, and it shows that the windows were slightly bent, and there were those a soot from the fumes that were allegedly coming out from that window.
Yes, and to say the steel structure there appears bent, am I right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Possibly an attempt by somebody to escape the
To
fire.
escape the fire. That's correct.
This too just may illustrate the extent of the fire. Photo 691, do you have it?
Yes, I do have it. Malay.
It depicts a longitudinal image of that building from the top floor downwards, does it?
That's correct. Malay.
And we see what when you look at it?
I see the bent, the broken windows, and the soot from down up to the top floor.
Clearly showing that the smoke would have gone up the building
Up
to
the building.
that extent, right?
That's correct.
Also noteworthy would be a photograph we have marked 694. Do you have that?
Yes, I do have it.
What caught your attention about this?
It's a barricade. It's one of the also one of the stairs that were blocked
Blocked how?
with steel bars.
And would it be a correct description to say there is a steel bar welded onto the door frame from one side intersecting the middle of the frame to the left side of the photo as we look at it?
That's correct.
And would it also be a correct description that there is a metal wire that is welded on either side of that frame at the foot of the image,
That's correct.
made of steel as well, right?
That's correct.
Let me invite you to talk to photo 695. You have it in front of you?
Yes, I do have it.
You sought to convey what about that image?
It's the stairs that were also, I'll use the term occupied, because I can see the that there were people who were staying at that space of the stairs.
Well, what you are describing is the landing of that staircase, and we see a chart image there appearing to have been a mattress,
That's correct.
and the conclusion you draw, that would have been somebody else's occupied space when they lived there.
That's correct.
Please tell us if I'm correct to describe photo 696 in terms that it shows us the opening from one room to the other. Does it?
Yes, it's a passage from that side where there were mattresses to the passage of the 4th floor.
And it too would show us a metal burglar door that is affixed to that door entrance. Am I right?
That's correct.
Also, the window above it is also has fixed something to stop access.
That's correct.
And through that opening of the door, we would see again still buckler gates to the end of that image. Am I right?
That's correct. That's correct, my lady.
Next image we have is 697. In respect of the other floors, you gave us evidence in relation to this, but this more pointedly, what did you seek to convey?
It shows the lift doors which were welded together. The both sides of the lift doors were welded so that it cannot be opened.
And that would have been the shaft where the lift would have been behind it, right?
That's correct.
So anybody who would have wanted to use that shaft as an escape would have had themselves prevented by the welding on the door.
That's correct, my lady.
Let's talk, Warrant, what we see on image 733 of your photo album. Do you have it now?
Yes, I do have it. Yeah.
You do? What do you see?
It's a passage with electric wires hanging on the roof or on the ceiling, and there are soot and that's allegedly caused by the fumes.
So it's suggestive that the fire did go as high as that, or at least the smoke.
The smoke went
And
high.
the electrical wires you are talking about are loosely hanging from one end of the wall to the other.
That's correct.
And as we see through that door, we see at the end of the image another steel structure that may have been a burglar door.
That's correct.
Let's look at what you have for us in your photo album, photo 744. Would
Yes.
this have been on the south end of the building?
Yes, it's on the south end of the building.
And you intended conveying what about this image?
The rubble.
Yes. The rubble, you're referring to all of that litter that is on the floor, both on the upper floor as well as on the lower floor, and the side balcony to the right of the photo image.
That's correct.
Also, what we will see are windows that are shattered at that height of the building, ostensibly because of the fire.
That's correct, Malik.
photo 785 of your photo album says what to us?
Or it shows the electric wires also that are hanging from one side to the other of the wall.
Unprotected,
That's correct, yes.
clearly not a legal connection we see there.
To my observation, yes.
And two, as we look at the doors to the other end of that image as we have it, would be steel buckler gates.
That's correct.
Talk to us about photo 786. Do you have it before you?
Oh, yes, I do have.
And it would say what to us?
Oh, it's one of the rooms with the contents inside, but the room was not affected by the fire. But I can see on the windows that there were damages. On the far side of the, if you go further, look in the middle of the photo.
And next to the fridge, to the right of the photo, would be a window that you say suggests fire did get up to there.
That's correct.
And that would have been the top floor of the building.
That's correct.
And that would have be a configuration of the room to which whoever lived there would have looked like.
That's correct.
Please, I invite your comment on to photo 788. Do you have it right in front of you?
Photo 788, yes, I do have it.
You do. Why would you have taken that picture?
It shows the stairs, but further down you see the rubble. And,
The rubble, you mean?
The
Waste material,
waste
including
material.
plastic and other flammable material.
That's correct.
Almost there. We're talking photo 790. Do you have it?
Yes, I do have it.
It is showing us what?
There is above fourth floor, there is a structure on the top.
Correct.
And there are stairs and that
And-
are leading up to that floor.
It's a metal staircase as
It's a-
opposed to a brick and mortar.
Yes, it's a metal staircase.
One typical of the outside staircases to a high-rise building, right?
Yes, that's right.
And the photo would tell us about, again, the debris comprising various flammable material like plastic.
That's correct.
Is it correct, and you tell us, that photo 791 is a close-up image of the previous photograph where
That's correct. That's correct.
the metal staircase was situated?
That's correct.
And there are all sorts of wires running up and down there.
Actually,
If
those were not electric wires. They used them to hang the washing
So it was washing lines.
washing line.
Okay. Let's talk to 832 as a photo to your photo albums. Is it in front of you there? 832.
832. Yes, I do have it.
All right. Showing us. Tell me.
Looks like we have. Can I please refer?
Yes.
832. Oh, So those were the conditions of the room at the ground floor of the eastern side of the building. There is a block on the eastern side, on the side of the clinic,
Yes.
that was not most affected by the fire.
Okay.
So that was the condition of that.
The photo following, which is 833, what did you say about it?
Yes, it still shows the condition, and there is a sponge on the floor and some other materials on the floor.
Okay. Warren, tell us about photo 864. Do you have it there?
Yes, I do have it.
What does it portray?
It portrays a lot of goods and appliances in a small space.
And you'd highlight what of the appliances we see there?
It's a hot plate, a double spiral hot plate.
Yes. And is my description correct that at the foot of that image towards the right, there are pots and other things there?
That's correct, my lady.
Do I see an electrical appliance in that space as well? Just have a closer look.
Can I look on that?
If you can't discern what it is, you just say so. If you can't tell what it is, do say so.
No, I can't tell.
All right. Warrant, those are the photos of your bundle of 800 of them, which we thought might be fitting for you to comment upon. Again, Chair and fellow commissioners, we have come to the end of this witnesses' evidence for now. The rider being that to the extent any of the teams may in future want to put questions to them, subject to compliance with the rules, you would entertain such an application and the witness will gladly be recalled to assist.
I want to confirm that that is still the understanding.
That is still the understanding also in relation to this witness, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, it is on my watch what it is, 10 to 3. That is the evidence we have for the day.
Warrant Officer Mngadi, you are excused as a witness.
Oh, thank you, my lady.
May I ask that we stand down to Monday?
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings are adjourned until Monday at 10 a.m.